moved around and some of the stuff running and that. And then I pop back late afternoon when everything starts shutting down, sort of thing. By the time I get home, I'll probably end up doing a stream.
Shall we play a game?
Just want to point out this is your fault. Hello to... Oh, who have we got in here? So many people. Oh, let's get this thing moving. This is entirely your fault. I just want to point that out. Better get this out of here before a train comes. We'll let it run a little bit. Oh no! Look what's in front of me. Oh well. You better just get out of the way then. Why isn't my rail driver doing anything? Is this one not hooked up for rail driver? Maybe it's not. Can we push this out of the way? Hello, Mark Moss, Michael Newbury, Florian, Louis Trains, That Train Guy, Rail of Illinois, Cy, Florian, Jacob, 8VR, Mark B. Who else have we got in there? You Burke? Yeah, there's lots of people. That's about as far back as my chat goes, unfortunately. What's going to happen now? I don't know. Bonk. Well, that's what's going to happen. Should we do something for real then? We probably should, shouldn't we? Actually, there's a few things I wanted to check while we're on this branch. Did they fix some stuff I was whinging about? Let's go have a look. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Low resolution rocks. But that's okay, because the water's pretty. The water's good. But why did they use low resolution rocks? Why don't they use high resolution rocks? That's okay. When does this train leave? Maybe we'll just steal it. since our Class 8 clearly can't push it out of the way. 8:11 and it's 8:02. No, we're not waiting around for that. Let us do something properly. Lots of people did ask for Leven, so we'll do a quick Leven run. Why not? And then we'll figure out what we're doing from there. Why not? Seems fair. So apologies for not running the updated West Coast main line. I jumped back into the Ambassador Discord because there were two parts to the question I asked. I got a yes for one of them, but then they said they'd follow something up, and there's no comment for the follow-up. So I'm choosing, even though I think it's probably perfectly fine, I'm choosing to not do it. Because I don't want to get myself or anybody else in trouble. Let's run... Did they actually go all the way to the end? I didn't know they did that. Oh well. Yeah, whatever. Let's do it. Why not? Leven to Edinburgh. I didn't actually know they did that, but we will. So why not? Booked the Gronk, indeed. Iwalichu likes Oakville. Yes, you do. Actually, I quite like Oakville too.
Rail service to Edinburgh Waverley.
I forgot it talks.
Cameron Bridge, Kirkcaldy, Kinghorn, Burnt Island, Aberdour, Dalgety Bay, Inverkeithing, North Queensferry, Dalmeny, Edinburgh Gateway.
Where's the right-hand door controls? They're up there. Really?
If you see something that doesn't look right...
Oh, I want the left-hand door controls anyway. Not the right-hand doors controls.
We'll sort it.
So I better close the right-hand doors now.
Sorted.
I didn't open either of them. Oh, because I haven't keyed in yet. Idiot. Don't mind me. I'm just an idiot. Alright, now we can open the doors. Wait, stop driving, you bastard. Don't do that. Bloody rail driver. Okay, I came back in the daytime because thought you might like to see it properly. That looks good. Hopefully the wipers won't mysteriously start on this train. And what I was looking at before was the low-res rocks. Because I wanted to see if they'd fixed them. And they haven't. To me, it's a bit of a shame, because the rest of this area is really nicely modelled. We do, of course, have the trademark beaver trees that have been eaten by beavers. As you can tell, they are uneven in nature. But that's okay. Anyway, welcome to Leven, folks. Let's go and see the City of Edinburgh and Leven trams. Oh wait, they didn't include them. Bugger. So there's actually a tram line here. Is that DSD going off? It was. It's vigilance. Okay. Lock the doors. Let's get out of here. Shall we get out of here? Why not? Alright, let's rock. Straight into full bananas. Why not? Is there a signal at the end of this platform? Oh, it's all the way up there. But it's green, so that's fine. Hopefully everybody is well, as we are now on our way to Cameron Bridge. And I probably shouldn't speed up too much, because, you know, we should pretend to behave ourselves. Cruising out of Leven on our way to Cameron Bridge. One of two stops. And we'll head all the way down to Edinburgh. See what else has changed on this route. So what I will say about the West Coast Main Line is that it's looking better. Will everybody like it? Do I care? Oh, that looked quite nice in Tree Sim World today. It was nicely spotted in the sun there. Time to go faster. Oh, we open a window. That's better. Now I can hear the train properly. Hello, Root Rail Productions. How are you? Hello, Mark Moss. Great to have you. And that train guy, what I was blaming you about at the start there was, someone said put a Gronk on. So I did. We would have done this branch with a Gronk, but, well, we all saw what happened. A train got in before I could get out. So I, had no choice but to use the real train. That train guy wants me to go full speed with an HST on Blackpool. You know, we might run a Blackpool, might run a HST on Preston Carlisle, or maybe a Pendolino on Preston Carlisle. I haven't run a Pendolino on that yet. That could be fun. Try and thread one into the timetable somewhere. Sai asks where the threads from the 170 came from. I'm not actually sure, to be honest. Just occurred to me, we haven't had the release for the Skyhook one, have we? The Skyhook version of the 170 was supposed to come out, but it hasn't. I wonder when that's going to drop. The Pendo's sounding popular. We'll run this thing all the way, because, you know, I haven't actually looked at the route since it updated. So I'm curious. At least it's still in the UK. I've gone past the stopping point, I have. Ooh. Naughty. No, not emergency. Sausage. Alright, door's open. What are you doing? I see you there, skinhead. Get in the train. Go on, get in. Hurry up. Come on, get in the train. Hit me with your bag. On the phone. Coffee in hand. Where's mine? Actually, I don't. Oh, I actually don't have one. Damn. So we've got Mr. Skinhead in the hoodie and a very suave gentleman going in behind him. See, I reckon we don't know where they went, but I reckon Mr. Suave gentleman was probably a copper following a skinhead. Just saying. So I've got your measure, sunshine. Hello, Chase DeFox. Hello, Omar. And my apologies, Omar. I would have loved to have showed it to you today. What are we complaining about, train? Why are we complaining? Very weird. Off we go to Kirkcaldy. I must apologise again for not running West Coast Mainline, folks. I do definitely have it. I had a two-part question in the Ambassador Forum that we use, and the two-part question, one part of it got answered in the affirmative, but the second part, so the first part was, can I run the updated West Coast Mainline on the weekend, and I got back a yes. The second part was, can I use this particular build to do it? And the answer was, I'll come back to you. And I was going through the entire comments for the rest of the day, and he never did. So I just don't want to take the chance, because he may have not come back to me because he couldn't get permission. So I don't want to... So I think probably it was just they forgot, most likely. but I don't want to get myself in trouble, and I don't want to get the person in trouble in Dovetail, so I will refrain, and we'll just run other stuff. And I've switched back to the public build before the stream started, because you do take chances in the preview build if you don't turn off other DLC, that something might appear that shouldn't, whereas that won't happen in a public build. I did discover something really interesting about the Steam Deck yesterday, because I switched my PC to the build the ambassadors use. When we're doing previews anyway, normally we run in the public like you do. And I'd switched on my PC, and then I noticed my Steam Deck was downloading something, and it switched too. It was downloading it from the PC, which is, I didn't know it did that. I was always kind of thinking I could just run one in the Steam Deck and not the other one, but no. Tree Sim World ruins the gratuitous bridge shot. And now I can't get back in the cab. Come on. There we go. I couldn't back in the cab because somehow I got the focus onto my broadcasting software. Like an idiot. It's me the idiot, by the way. None of you guys. I can't wait for the WCML update next week. The traffic should be more like BML between Victoria to Perleave coming out of Euston. Oh well, we'll see, won't we? I have the numbers for the timetable. Some have more, some have less. And yeah, I'll leave it at that. That train guy asked, what about some American train on West Coast Mainline over Shat? Be interesting. I've taken a, I think it was an AC 4400 through Bakerloo before, with its freight train. That was kind of funny. I Will Eat You says, what about the Class 390 on Oakville? I don't think it can. There's no overheads. I don't think. I suppose you could make an off-the-rails scenario, then it would work. But I don't think you can in free roam. It wouldn't run. But it will run on SHAP. Well, actually, I should say should. It's probably a better way to describe that. So I think maybe we'll do that. Let me pop up a poll, and we'll see. Quiet train. Bring my train back under control since I got the poll going. So we'll see what the poll says. So far we've got 33 for the Pendo, 33 for the HST, 33 for both. We've now got 25 for the Pendo, 33 for the HST, 44 for both. I wonder if I can couple them. Wouldn't that be interesting? I probably can't. I think the Pendo's got real couplers and the HST's only got those temporary things. Just thinking I should speed up, but I noticed there's 25 coming, so no, I shouldn't. I should start slowing down. I did watch a very interesting instructory video from the mid-90s, which was when disc brakes first started to become prolific on the railways around Britain. And the instruction was quite interesting. It was, so you've basically, on most of them, you've got 3 steps. So, actually, you can't see it there anyway. But there's 3 steps. Braking position 1, or step 1, step 2, step 3, and then there's emergency, which just dumps the air. And the, we do have a green here, but it's not telling me which path I'm going on, so that's interesting. But the instruction was that you should always go to step 2, because if you go to step 2, you can always have more braking by go to step 3. And if you need less braking, you can go to step 1. And the reason why the instructor was saying that it's advisable to go to step 2 is because in snow and water, step 1 doesn't press hard enough to clean off the discs. So you get no braking effort at all. Whereas if you go into step 2, at least for a few hundred yards, and then drop back into step 1 if you need to, the discs will be clean and warm from step 2, so they'll actually work. And I was thinking, that's really clever. And the other thing they were going on about in this video was the difference between the old style of brakes that grip the outside of the wheel and discs which grip like this. And what to do when you had a mixed train with the outside hung brakes and discs. It was quite interesting. Prepare for gratuitous bridge shot. There we go. That's my favourite thing in the world. A join in the world right near where the train is. Just saying to whoever designed this river, that would wash the dirt away and it would ruin your bridge foundations. So don't do that. Andy Thorne is talking about eggs for no readily apparent reason. Sam's trains with chickens. Fair enough. Andy Thorne, I don't even know what that is. An AGM 114B Hellfire ATGM? I have no idea what that even is. Should I Google it? Size thinks I'm generally done with TSW just the same mile and I'll stick to TSC. It's okay. You can run TSC to your heart's content. You're perfectly welcome to do that. I think the reception of the gameplay packs has been a little bit mixed. I personally like gameplay packs. I think they're quite good. And you can tell we haven't run this route for a while. Bit of pausing going on there. I quite like them because they bring new scenarios and new services and new possibilities. They don't generally bring new trains, but that's okay. A train guy wants to know when will Dovetail add eggs. Do you know, interestingly enough, in the mastery for the training centre there are eggs. Chocolate ones, but they are eggs all the same. Ooh, how close was that? Oh no. I thought that was going to be really tight, but it wasn't. Almost as tight as Hentus's Wendy. Who said that? I'm still watching Hentus' stream, by the way. Look. I've got it going in the background. Fair enough. I could really surprise Hentus and dump you all in his stream. That would be funny. But no, I won't do that. I don't even mean to do that without telling him. If you don't know who I'm talking about, Hentus is another ambassador, and he has quite an interesting life. It's quite a challenging life as well. So if you ever feel a bit of anxiety or depression in this world, know that you're not alone. And that there are streamers going through that. Almost at Kirkcaldy, so we're about to come off the branch. Well, I suppose we are off the branch, aren't we? Really. Iwalichu says, train sped world. Train guy says the Hellfire ATGM is a missile. Well, there you go. And Andy Thorne said similar. Fair enough. So I guess you like playing... I can't remember what the game is now. But the flight game where you go and attack everybody. I did hear something quite interesting too. Apparently, I thought Simrail was dead. But it's getting an update. It's sad that this has got announcements because you can't hear them. I just... It's just barely there. We're going to run a bit long on this. No, stay in break 3. Horrible train. Just stay there. Stay. Stay. There we go. Perfect. Yep, perfect. Completely in the platform. Every carriage is in the platform. Totally perfect. Nothing to see here. Hey, watch that first step. It's pretty big. Is there anybody in here? They all go. It was full. They've all vanished. Everybody in here. Oh, there's one left in there. But now she's gone. She's gone. Oh, there she is. There's 2 there now. This is very difficult to do. Thank you for staying on the train. We appreciate you. There's a few more coming up now. We'll wait. We'll let the ones get in since I ran too far forward. Yeah, great stop, I know. It's really, really good. Yeah, War Thunder, that's the game I was thinking of. That train guy says, win an overshap key. I don't have any to give away. We haven't had any giveaway keys for a while. I have some other keys I could give away. If people want some other keys. Stuff I've bought. Let me see what I've got. Just while we're waiting here and let these people come up. Screw them. Let's drive. Let's see what I've got. Since Cy likes Train Sim Classic, there you go. That's a Train Sim Classic key on Steam. So you can try and claim it. Safety hazard. We don't do safety around here. I did have a conversation with one of our safety people on the real railway that I work on. Because they had watched one of my streams. I'm using the term they deliberately, so that they don't know which one I'm talking about. And they made a comment that I take safety quite lightly on my streams. And I pointed out that the way I operate on stream and the way I operate on the real railway are very different and nothing to do with each other, and they should mind their own business and not go invading my YouTube channel. And the conversation was very short from that moment. We can pretend to be an HST from this point and do 75 mile an hour. That seems fair to me. because the sign said 65 for everybody, 75 for HST. So we're going to pretend to be an HST until we get down to the 65 zone down there. And why wouldn't you? Do I detect a backyard goal? I do, but they're, you know, they're clearly not mowing the grass, and there's a tree growing in their goal. At least it's the right way up. Often on the routes they're sideways. Been lying down. On our way to Kinghorn now. Start slowing down a little bit for Kinghorn. Husky guy, hello. Nothing to see here indeed. Andy Thorne says, here at TSD Rail, we don't compensate for the lack of safety-caused injuries. No, people need to look after themselves. I'm a big fan of people looking after themselves. That looks quite nice, doesn't it? Bit of reflection going on. Bit of a floating island in the distance. Bit of a hole in the world. But apart from that, it looks great.
We'll soon arrive at Kinghorn. Don't forget to take your belongings with you before you leave the train.
Yes, take your belongings and get off my train. Let's see if I can do this stop better. Benjamin's brain in a jar asks, does the West Coast mainline update finally bring full suspension to the Class 350? I think so. I think that's been announced. This one wants to stop at the end of the platform. They've reused the nice purple bridge from Bourneville. That's the name of the station. And just before I open the doors, let's just pop over here, because this lady has shoes that match the bridge. Very nice. Hey, look. I don't know why I find that amusing, but I do. Benjamin's brain in a jar says he's been holding off driving because the 350 hasn't got suspension. Let me just check, because there was a announcement, because I'm pretty sure there was. I can find lots of people talking about lots of stuff, but not that particular thing, but that's okay. Yeah, we haven't locked the doors yet. That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? Be a very good idea, I think. While we're driving, I'll find the announcement post, because yeah, I'm pretty sure they did talk about brakes for the suspension rather for the 350. Let me just find it. You reckon I can find it? No. You know, so far we've got 28% Pendo over Shap, 34 HST over Shap, and 38 for both. Ooh, being naughty, being naughty. Ooh, that lighting in the tunnel needs fixing, doesn't it? There's a fair few trains out today, aren't there? This is not the quiet little route that it used to be. It used to be quite quiet. I know one thing that they've put into this route, which I can't accelerate yet. One thing they have put into this route is the statue of the guy. I remember in beta when I was playing through the scenarios, it's safe to say this now because it's such a long time ago, one of the scenarios was to stop next to the statue and the objective was to take a picture of it. But it wasn't there. Like, yep, oh well. For those of you who live around here, if anybody does, I would imagine a large lock, which I think this is, would get waves, would they not? On our way to Burnt Island. Red Arrow says, "Hi mate, HST for the win." Well, the HST is, actually, it is winning now. We've got 26% from the Pendo, 38 on the HST, and 35 for both. So, yes, we're getting there. We are indeed getting there. I have to figure out which HST, though, because there's a couple of them. There's people on the promenade. You can walk along here. You can go for a wander along here. There's no one in the beach, though. No nude or semi-nude people hanging around on the sand. Always disappointing. Andy says, TSD to London to Brighton one mailman out of work. Well, probably just someone got it first. West Coast main line over Shap is worth every cent, says Florian. Yeah, I think so too. It is interesting to me, and just categorically say I do think it's a good route. But it's interesting to me that, to my impression, it's got the same kind of bugs, the same magnitude of numbers, same order of magnitude of seriousness as all the other routes. But the serial moaners who hate on DTG and the others are like this. I can only see the good bits. I can't see any of the bad bits. It's just funny to me. Because, you know, consistency. Quick stop at Burnt Island. Get the doors open. And let's just... No, not that one. That one. Alright, let's turn both of those off for the moment. It's not that way. How do we get out of here? There is a way to get out of here. Maybe it's this way. No, we can't go that way. Not there. Nor there. How do we get down there? Because I know you can walk down there. Maybe it's down here. Ah, here we go. No? That doesn't make sense. I mean, I can go here, but it doesn't make sense because I can't get to the promenade. You can definitely walk along the promenade. Train sim world, folks. Alright, we'll go back. We'll do it the lazy way. If we go to Edinburgh. Might help if I close my door, huh? and it'll work. It's kind of funny when I think back to my trip on the UK and the day I fired Dolgok on the Talathin Railway. They were making me read out the names on the tokens because the crew has to all agree what token they've been given. And I was doing okay with the names until I got to Abergwynnollen. And I know how to say it now. But on the train that day, they're going, you can just call it Aber. It's fine. We just call it Aber. That's looking a little messier than it used to, isn't it? It's like it's got a giant reel of cotton. But that's looking good. That's looking lived in. There's some machinery that wasn't there before. I'm sure those cranes weren't there. So I quite appreciate that change. It's good. Still have low resolution rocks along here though. Should we trigger a CCTV event? Let's annoy the local people in their posh white houses. There you go, run out of posh white houses to annoy. Do like annoying a posh white house, I have to say. Let's come down here and watch the train go through. You can sit in a skip bin and watch the train. Excellent. Where is it though? Here it comes. I think that statue's somewhere around here too. Up on the high side of the line somewhere. No sooner do you get your speed up, but you have to start slowing down again. That train guy wants me to play War Thunder. He says it won't be painful. For you, maybe. TSC has 4 West Coast main lines. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. And we have 2 in Train Sim World, that is correct. Coming into Aberdua. Syke says, on Boston I saw a couple sitting on a bench, arms around each other, slippery slope to losing that E for everyone. Mature gameplay pack. I did once see someone in a chat talking about a nude NPC mod. And their comment got deleted very quickly, but I thought that would be funny. Yeah, run into the bridge. Smack. I really do wish the pop-in would be resolved for this. I know I can change my settings, but, you know, other people can't, so I don't. Now arriving, Aberdua. Stop is much more sane, but I am, of course, nearly 4 minutes late. But does that really matter in the grand scheme of things? Probably not. I don't know what that says. Who knows? Dave Love says, hi, if the poll is a tie, how about driving the BR406? Nice try, Dave. Red Arrow, we've got HST and both is now neck and neck. That wasn't me. That one was. We go to Dalgety Bay. Hello, Kuminati. Train guy says, did you skip leg day to jump the fence? No. Benjamin's Brain in a Jar says, I don't understand why people continually hate on the game. People playing the game. Are they masochistic with nothing else to play? It's a very interesting question. And, you know, there's elements of this game that I don't like the lighting. We went through a tunnel then. Under the bridge. It's just a bit shit. But that doesn't stop you playing. I'm not going to go whine about it, because I know it's never going to get fixed, so there's no point whining about it. But yeah, it is interesting how negative some people are. And I have to wonder if they're okay. Because I do know that if you... so there's some interesting things. See, people say ambassadors never point out shit things, but look, let's go look at a shit thing. Look at this. So when you get close... Oh no, even close it's not okay. It's not actually on the ground. It's floating in the air, sort of. You can see how they're floating. When you get down here, you can see it. So, see, shit things. They should be on the ground. But I have seen people who are so negative, I actually wonder if it doesn't impact them mentally. Because I couldn't imagine living this negative, constantly negative online persona and not having an impact in your real life. Ooh, radio tower. That's new, isn't it? I don't think this used to be here. This thing. The rail driver's changed my headlights. Thanks, rail driver. Very helpful as always. Let's just jiggle the switch. Come on. Come on. No, not night back up. Not night running. Day running. There we go. Rail driver's always fun. Sai says typical rivet. That's not limited to just them, but they've come a long way in recent times. I mean, Arosa was... if you stayed close to the track, Arosa was alright. If you went about this far away from the track, Arosa was not good. But then you compare that to Bernina, and Bernina's really nice. I've done a great job with Bernina. You know, at this speed, I might just have to dump the air to make it stop. Wasn't paying attention then. Nebworth. I reckon. Full Nebworth. Yep, it's going full Nebworth. Bye-bye, train. Oh, well. Ladies and gentlemen, the railway would like to apologise for not stopping at Dalgety. We just didn't feel like it. Yeah, it's going to make me stop too, isn't it? There we go. To Inverkeithing. That train guy says, I hate War Thunder, but I still play it, and no, don't annoy angry Karens. Duncan says, Aberdour. Ah, thank you. Kuminati says, did they get a license for that graffiti? I think the visual artists actually make the graffiti. I don't think it's copied from anywhere. Because yes, you would actually have to get a license. No, not so late now, David Smith. You're right. A little bit less late. Sai says, looks like mini wheat cereal. And the train guy says the radio tower is to contact the aliens. I thought the aliens were on Cathcart. I'll pay attention now, honest. Maybe. A little bit. Benjamin's Brain Ajar says, as a console player with little else choice until Railroads Online just released, admittedly several builds behind in PC version, I just make do with TSW. Yeah, it's good that Railroads Online's come out. I need to have another look at that actually, because I didn't get into it because I couldn't be bothered building a railway. But I think it's got pre-built railways now. I think I read somewhere. So I'll have to have another look at it. What I'm not sure about is whether I refunded it. I might have to buy it again. Let's see. I'll have a look in Steam while I'm stopped. So if you don't have to build your own railway anymore, I'd probably play it, because, you know, it'd be fun. There's also Century of Steam, which I kind of thought was going to come out this year, but clearly is not. Let's just have a quick look in Steam. I know you guys won't be able to see it, but let's have a look. Hidden. No, it looks like I refunded it. I did see another game that looked interesting. City Bus Manager. Looks kind of interesting. There's Railroads Online. Well, it's on sale too. Yeah, I'll have to have a look at that. I'll just chuck it in my wish list just to remember to have a look. Because if it does have... you don't have to build the railway anymore, I'd probably play it. Uberk says, wonder if they are okay indeed. Maybe their life surroundings are making them sour on life and it's not so much TSW that's the problem. Oh, TSW definitely does have its issues. And there's plenty of them. We know about the hitching, we know about pop-in, we know about crappy track shadows. Even the new track shadows are crap, and face it, they're not nice. I'd love it to be better, I really would. But, you know, I've given my feedback, and I've given my feedback, and I've given my feedback. And I don't bother anymore, because while I know they listen, they definitely do, they haven't been able to resolve it. And I know that time has been spent on all three of those things. Rampus77, hello, just catching up with your thing. This is Fife Circle, the updated version. I just thought that sounded pretty nice in the tunnel. This thing's not very good with steep railways, is it? It's like, I'm on full beans, and we're only doing 40 miles an hour. Uphill. Oh well. Yes, there was an Ebworth, Michael. Benjamin's Brain in a Jar says, pre-built coming to console early next year in the PC builds already. Thank you very much, Benjamin. Appreciate that. Or Benjamin's Brain, anyway. We don't have Benjamin, we only have Benjamin's Brain. Bit of a grim moment. Pretty sure just bridge shot. Don't mind if I do. You've beautiful picturesque bridge, nice scenery. What do? They dig it up with an excavator. Oh well. It's all about the progress. It's always about the progress. Soon to arrive at North Queen's Ferry. It's alongside King's Ferry and Prince Ferry and Princess Ferry. Let it go. Sorry, it's a princess thing. Kuminati says need some new hires. Well, there has been a lot of change with new people. All of the new things we see with people, for example, they come down to a guy that they hired, I'm going to say about 1.5 years ago. What are you doing? What did I just see this guy do? Where's he gone? Yeah. He turned into a rocket guy, but there's another one here. And he got further away. I better stop the train. So they stand... There's one up there. Look. There's one. I didn't dream it. Thought I saw him. And he gets back in. He disappears. I think they go rocket people. Ah, the big bridge is coming. And face it, this is the only reason anybody buys this route, is the big bridge. That big bloody bridge. That is true, Psych. We do also have a jar. It's not just Benjamin's braid, it's also a jar. People on the bridge that we're coming. Can we get a decent distance from the bridge for video now? Guess we'll find out, because you couldn't before. And the lights used to hit you in the head. Yes, that is the speed limit on the HUD. Come on, up you go. I know it's uphill. Can you get far away from the bridge now? No, that's sad. Why does that road just go into the sea? It's very strange. We can see all 3 bridges now, so they've fixed the LOD issue that stopped the 3rd bridge turning up. But it's the 4th bridge that we want to look at. Ho, ho, ho. Sorry. Is that funny? Probably not. I think the train's moving. I think I can hear it. Yeah, here it comes. We follow it across the 4th bridge. Better get in front of it, hadn't I? Just keep leapfrogging it. We should see it again in a moment. What did we hit? It's a collision box out here in the air. It's weird. There's more collision boxes. Kuminati says that's one hot bridge. It is a good bridge. I think we should go over the other side. Because on this side it's sunny. Look, 2 of them. That was lucky. 2 at once on the 4th bridge. This must be going uphill because it's getting slower. Not sure if those piles are in the water or floating on the water. I think they're in the water. very quiet though, isn't it? See, surely you'd be able to hear the engines over here. Stop it, rail driver. Leave the headlights alone. Oh, back in the train for the last bit. Do the lights clip the train anymore? It looks like they're all on the outside of the railing now, where they belong. The lodding is good. Coming into Dalmini. Benjamin says, I for one appreciate your dad humour. Oh, it's there. My wife hates it, but that's okay. She should be used to it by now. It's been a while. We've known each other since the late 80s. Been married since 1991. So she should know me pretty well by now, I would think. Thought that was a collectible, but it's not. So these bags and things, and the different coats, they're all that one person. He's fixed the way some of them walk, too. Oh, yeah. Flashy. You collect them and they stay there. Or they get a fish or something. I don't know. Something weird like that. Off we go to Edinburgh Gateway. You know what? I left the door open again. Rails says the F40 PH3C and Hyundai Rotem bi-level equipment is so much more realistic. Do you like that route? That's good. Uberk says, personally I prefer less overwhelming bridges, but that's just you. So maybe you like the third bridge instead of the fourth bridge. Another alien UFO contacting station to our right there. Tyke says that's quite some years. Yes, it is. Have the age-old joke of you get less for murder. Which is true, by the way. Generally only get about 20 years for murdering someone. Hello, Pete. How are you? Welcome. As you can probably tell, I opted for the safe approach. I was chatting with Pete and Joe and Hentus earlier about whether I'd run or not, and I think the decision made is the wisest approach, even though it's a bit sad. I would have liked to have showed it off. So we'll wait till UK Monday, and if I can get a better answer, maybe I'll drop one during the week. Because the gameplay packs come out on Thursday UK time, which is Friday for the Aussies overnight. And the update's coming out prior to the game packs, so Tuesday, Wednesday, the usual sorts of times that this comes out, so we'll see if I can get an answer. Maybe I'll run it on, it won't be my Monday night, because Alex won't be at work, but my Tuesday night would be a possibility, I would think, just to get a bit of a preview. Two miles to Edinburgh. I Will Eat You says aliens exist in Train Sim World if there's a crashed UFO. Well, there is one on Cathcart. It's in the mastery. It's actually one of the better mastery tiles, I think. I lost all my mastery ages ago. Yes, I think that's a good option, Pete. Safety first. Because, you know, I have actually leaked content before, and I don't want to. I really don't. I think I must have Midland Signalling mod installed. That was very bright, that signal. Si says Tuesday. Yeah, I think Tuesday UK time is a common patch time, but they do sometimes come out on a Wednesday UK time. So we'll see. Nice bit of junk over there on the right. Good to see. The route does look a lot better, I have to say. It's more populated. The grass is up to the standards that I would expect it to be for a modern offering. Fences are nice. The foliage is pretty good.
Don't forget to take your belongings with you before you leave the train.
I am still vaguely amused that the word that says Edinburgh is pronounced Edinburgh. I Will Eat You asked what caused your masteries to go on. The same thing it caused my level 900 and something to be gone. I lost my profile. It's just one of the things that happens when you switch back and forth between different builds in Steam. Sometimes Steam gets confused, and when Steam gets confused, you lose things. Oop, almost hit that lady on the head. No, we're meant to stop here. Okay, well maybe not with an emergency stop, but we'll do it nonetheless. Look at that. The 8:11 Edinburgh, expected at 8:16, and I got here at 8:14, so, you know, pretty good. Loading, loading, loading. Where do we go after here? There's not much left, is there? I don't think. It's got to go around there. Cool. Community says TSW really should support Steam cloud saves. Lost progress years ago due to bad backup habits. Yeah, look, I think that would be a good thing to do. Because Steam supports it, Epic supports it, PSN supports it, and Xbox support it. So, you know, why not? Si says, your brother comes home on Monday. Excellent. That's really good news. I know things were challenging for a while there. That's really good. There's another alien collecting antenna over here. Wherever it went. There it is. Look at that. It's even got a UFO on top. Just perched up there. Blending in, as it were. Off we go to Haymarket. Tam Walker says, are you looking forward to beta testing on Xbox? I already do. I have two Xboxes side by side over here. I have the Xbox S and I have the Xbox X. The X runs the public build, the S runs the beta build. I haven't actually signed up for any keys yet because I am betaing the can I say actually? No, I don't think I've said anything about it, I won't. But I'm betaing something else. We're not supposed to stop here, are we? Ha, sucks to be you lot. There's lots of you and we're not stopping. Because we're bastards. All of you with your glowing hair. Does every train leave those people there? Or do some trains stop there? Yeah, Kuminati, they all support cloud saves. Steam and Epic support it, but yes, the devs have to do it. They have to say what files to save. I'm a tease, am I? Okay. Well, they've talked about the product, I just don't think they've talked about where they're up to with it. I've been progressing on the buildings for the layout that I'm helping to exhibit in January as well. So at Melbourne's, well, it's actually Australia's giant Lego convention called Brickvention in January, I'm exhibiting the Lego train layout that belongs to some friends, but it's a bit bereft of buildings because they used to have another person in their group who built buildings for it, and they left the group, so the buildings went with them. Which is, as you'd expect, I mean, Lego's not cheap. So I've been building buildings for it because they're going to show it for the last time this year, and then it's going to be taken apart. And I said I would help. So I got another one finished yesterday. I've got 2 more to go. Another medium one and a large one. Rolling towards Haymarket. Big stadium on our left here. Looks like they fixed the lods on the stadium too. The oh no, it's a little bit of pop in there, but mostly it was alright. Have a look at it. Stadiums always look so sad when they're empty. I would have thought this would have signage or something on it, but it might be a licensing thing, I guess. Could be a little bit of a challenge. Psych says, as a ham, you don't need extensive antenna to talk to aliens in space. Is that from personal experience? Sam's Train says Haymarket smell simulator when? Does Haymarket stink, does it? Never been here, so I don't know. I didn't get into Scotland on the last trip. I have relatives in Scotland, both by marriage and I was going to say real ones, but you know, the marriage ones are just as real.
Haymarket. Don't forget to take your belongings with you before you leave the train.
I don't actually know the name of the stadium. Sam's Trains, and Psych says 25 miles to go now. Is it really that far? I didn't think it was that far. And then so far we've got Pendo 27%, HST 33%, both 39%. I think both has won. I have to go a bit further, don't I? It's not going to accept that as... Oh, it did accept that as a stop. Okay. Very good. We couldn't go too much further. We can only go down here. That's as far as we can go. Because, you know, that's the end. So I'll stop this poll, because it looks like both is the winner. And I'll start a new poll. No, don't send myself a super sticker. That's silly. I almost misspelt Pendo then, and that would have been funny. Alright, I've chucked in a new poll, so both has one. So I've chucked in a poll, say which one first, because that's what we'll be doing next. Ooh, it was an early 100% on HST. Ooh, it's dropping though. It's dropping. HST certainly got some popularity there. We're sitting on 73 HST, 27% Pendo at the moment. Looks like the HST folks are on this. And they were on it fast. The question is which HST, because there's a couple of them, isn't there? There's the Midland one and there's the old Great Western one. Size pressed the wrong one. Oh well. Off we go to visit Bagpipe Man. Sam's Train says Haymarket in certain weather or certain days could never quite work out what factory it was, but it always kind of stank like Vegemite. It was one of the breweries or distilleries or something nearby. There is a Vegemite factory in Melbourne, and I have to say it does smell like Vegemite. They make Vegemite and craft cheese, and sometimes it smells like Vegemite, and sometimes it smells like craft cheese. Craft cheese does not smell like cheese, just saying. Criminati says the MML HST sounds better. Sai says meant to hit Pendo. Hit the wrong one. Oh well. I don't think it'd make much difference anyway. Out of 15 votes, there's 67% for the HST, 33% for Pendo. So if we change that so there was one less on the HST, the HST would still come first. Benjamin says, more of a Marmite person. I find Marmite quite disturbing as a Vegemite eater. It's sort of like if you step through a mirror and you're in the wrong world. It's like loose, weak tasting Vegemite. It surprised me a lot because I got some at one of the hotels I was at, and it's like, why is it sloppy? It's like syrup. Track change coming up, so we'll just slow down for that. Oh, this is a weird spot where it puts you over on one track and then it puts you back over on the one you were on. Just because it can. So we're going to go up to the right, and then at some point we'll end up on the left again.
We'll soon arrive at Edinburgh Leven. Don't forget to take your belongings with you before you leave the train.
Now, if you want aliens, of course, the evidence of aliens is right there. It's a rocket. It couldn't be anything other than a rocket. There's a certain irony in a rocket made of rocks, but that's okay. Dicing with death. Will it stop? Yes. Now, I have to ask, what engineer in their right mind would do that Put a pole there like that. And what construction people in their right mind would leave the buffers behind the pole and not put it in front of the pole? Because, you know, you look down here, it's correct. Strange angle on the bloke, but that's okay. See, that one's behind it. I think there's no other bay platforms here from memory. But, what's with this one? What's going on there? Oh well. Pete enjoys Marmite. Excellent. Benjamin's brain in a jar says open jar of Vegemite that goes with your jacket potatoes. Don't think I've ever tried it with potatoes, but I don't see why it wouldn't work. It's just salty stuff after all. Ah yes, the reminder that the sale is still on. So there's plenty of stuff you can buy. Get out there and buy it. Sam's Trains says don't forget to take your shot when you leave the train. Yes, indeed. To the trains. Choose a route. And what were we doing? We were going to do Shap. And we're doing it with an HST. Now, when am I going to be able to get in here at a decent time? Let's try 9 o'clock and see if we can get in. We'll leave dynamic weather on. Why not? Start with light clouds. We're going to try and get the Midland HST in here. See if we can. Should be okay. It's not the busiest timetable on the planet. Let's just race down here. So 9:47. London. So I want to be on this side. And I think it's facing this direction. I think it is. Yeah, we're facing the right way. So we need to go up here. And turn around and bonk down an HST. You reckon that's far enough? 150. And there's a 47 around here somewhere. Something equally loud. It's all new train. HST. Ah, don't I have Midland installed? Let me just check. Maybe I don't have Midland installed. I thought I had everything installed. Or is it not called the... Oh, no, it's not called the HST, is it? It's called something else. You remember what it's called? It's Class 40 something? 41 or something? No, not 411. What was it called? Class 43. There we go. I've only got the 143. Do I not? Let me check. Maybe I don't have Midland turned on. I might have to have a... Goodies. I could have stopped that poll too, because it's HST first. DLC. No, it's turned on. Why can't I have it? Hello, Neil TV. Maybe it's under... Let's try Class 43 then. No? I do have the DLC turned on. Let me just jump out of here again. High speed train, you reckon? We'll try that. Try that. Oh, there we go. No, that's not it though. Maybe it is. Let's try it. Could have a long one, though. There we go. Look at that. Let's get in and take position. Master key. And now let's try and give ourselves a route. Oh dear, am I facing the wrong way? God damn it. I am facing the wrong way. Well, tell you what. We will come out of the map. Actually, better sit back down again. No one told me I was facing the wrong way. Just go down the other end. Hello, Anarchist Angel. How are you? Sam's Train says, the moderately fast rail vehicle. Yes. For the people who have just joined, I did have grand plans of showing off the West Coast Main Line, but I was rereading the verbiage around the permission that I had, and it did not seem as strong as I thought it was. Set path. We are going all the way to the end, of course, because we're going to go over Shap. So go up here and go all the way to the top of the route. We're going to the yard, or we're just going to a station? Going to the station. Yard's probably asking for trouble. Somewhere back here there's a station. There it is. Let's see where we can get in. We get in there? Carlisle platform 4. No, that's the wrong one. Can we get in there? We fit? Carlisle platform 5. Let's see if we can get in there. Apparently we can. And we have a route. Good. Okay. Let's get it into forwards. Get some doors open, because we're going to pretend. We're going to stop everywhere, of course. As you do. Spare is on. Very good. Stuff yet to turn on in this one, isn't there? Headlights. Day headlamps and markers. That's probably right. Things, things, things. TSD. Why did Vigilance turn on AWS? Okay. I think that's the only AWS switch there is. I don't think there's another one. Anyway. Let us prepare. Just make sure the doors are closed. Did I shut the right doors? I think. Brakes off. Sam says, it's fine, just reverse the whole way. You could have done that, I suppose. I don't think its lighting likes the station very much. That was very energetic from someone. That wasn't me doing that. Use the window wipers. No, we haven't used window wipers, rail driver. I know you might have. Get off, window wipers. Get off. No, just get off. Sometimes I hate the rail driver. How do I turn the wipers off? That one? No. Well, we'll just put up with it. Fortunately, there's silent wipers. Oops, already going at light speed. Probably shouldn't. Where's the switch for wipers? Is it up here maybe? No? Up high? No? It's not that one. Seems fair. Down there? No? Maybe it's that. No? Oh, there we are. Parked. Will it stay there though? That's the question. Now I have to try and remember to stop at stations. We'll see how unsuccessful I am. Leave it to the left. Thank you, David Smith. Neil is doing a Cessna 172 in Flight Sim. Flying through some mountains. Well, I hope you're not flying through the mountains, Neil. I hope you're flying over the mountains. Cool beans. Does have a nice little throb to it. I have mirrors? Do I? Really? No. Where are my mirrors? No mirrors. Do stations that I'm not stopping at show up on track monitor? Probably not, eh? So, where is the first station? I don't think they're even going to show me on here. Alright, so we're not far away from the station by the looks of it. This is the line's expanding out into 3. Or do we just do an end-to-end run? Dunno. We've got a yellow coming. Is it really yellow, though? That's the question. No, it's not. Neil says flying over the Rockies and it got very turbulent. Nice little throb to it. Wish I knew where the stations actually were. That would make life easier if I was going to stop at stations, just to know where they are. Well, we're about to see a very surprised individual coming up ahead. You guys can tell me where to stop, but there'll be 30 odd seconds behind me, so that may not work. '87 on a steel train. Who's looking forward to the 86? And what difference will it make for you? Newberg misses the HST Valenta. They're the ones with the different engines, aren't they? to Carlisle. Community can't wait for the 86. Community spent hours on the 86 in Train Sim Classic. So you're an expert then. I should be coming to you for advice then. Different noisier engine, says Uberk. Always something to appreciate, a noisy engine. Beretta's pouring out into the atmosphere there. See, if I'd been smart, what I should have done is set a stop at each station and then set the next stop at that station. That would have been smart, wouldn't it? Maybe we'll do that with the Pendo. Because I haven't run this route enough to know where the stations are. Neutral zone. Which probably means we're near a station. Surely. Maybe. Maybe not. Neil says he came close to crashing his plane because he thought the autopilot would fly him across the crest. But it didn't. That'd be sad. I've driven over the Rockies. Didn't honk for the little pedestrian crossing. Naughty. Make up for it here. Because by the time you've heard the HST, it's flattened you. Dam's Train says, it's funny that Paxman made the engines that people love most and some of the ones they think least of. The Class 17 and the HST are both Paxman powered. We're coming up on a station with all these buildings around us. Maybe not. Just a little village. Just joined. Is this West Coast Main Line? It is West Coast Main Line, Preston to Carlisle. I did have plans to run the updated other West Coast Main Line today, but I was trying to verify whether I had permission or not, and it looked like I did, but there was supposed to be a follow-up, and that follow-up didn't happen, so I took the safe way out and didn't run West Coast Main Line South today. So we've done a run on, as people requested, on Leven, and we're now doing an HST on West Coast Main Line North, if you like, Preston to Carlisle. Because we can. As you do. Leven, says Stam Trains. Stam's Trains. That was worth it, wasn't it? That was totally worth it. The sad thing about calling it That Sam's Trains is I even watched a video by, what's his name? The guy that travels everywhere on trains anyway. And he was commenting how he got it wrong. So you'd think I would have noticed. And you grew up in Fife. Sounds like you've escaped. Pondy software right there. Am I right in thinking these reduced speed limits mean a station's coming? Jeff Marshall, that's the one. Now, I watch most of Jeff's videos. So no, it doesn't look like there is a station coming. There's the posh part of town here. And the not so posh part of town on the other side of the tracks. They can glare at each other across their back windows. Yeah, I'm kind of sad about not going ahead with it. There's got to be a station here somewhere. It's got a castle. It must have a station. How could it not have a station if it's got a castle? There's a platform. Oh, we're not going through a platform road. Well, that's a bummer. So we're not stopping here then. But we can do this at least. Hi Will Eat You asks, how big is West Coast Mainline over Shap? I think total trackage is in the vicinity of 100 miles and the route is about 90, something like that. Lighting's much nicer when you're outside the train, isn't it? Let's find a rail fan spot. Or low-resolution sheepies. We need new sheep assets and cow assets. Kapepi, hello. Yeah, I couldn't do the preview that I wanted to do, so we're just running the beast instead. We're going to go this way in the HST, and then we're going to go back the other way in the Pendo. Because we can. What do you think of the HST? It's a bad boy. They look alright from a distance, but when you get up close to them, they look, well, featureless. I can see how fast this goes. It's time. I think it's time. Ooh. See at the signals, maybe it's not time. See how we go. If we actually get one of those yellows, I'm going to have to stop. Or slow down at least. Another non-platform road as we roar through. In our HST speed trial, we have reached Pendo speed now, 125, which is the maximum speed for this train, of course. We're now in uncharted territory. Iwalichu says I made a video of Caltrains on Oakville Subdivision. I did, ages ago. Actually, that reminds me, I need to put up the free roam video I did. The one that went out in the DTG stream. I haven't actually uploaded that to YouTube yet. I should. Sitting on 126. Just getting a bit of a run up for Shap, but I think we've got some yellows coming that look like they're staying yellow, and they are, and lots of reds. And at this speed, I better go pretty hard on the brakes. Oh, this must be an approach control signal. I think. Do I remember correctly, there's approach control on this route? I think so. Bad Guy says, hey, what is this random break of coming through the train window? I'm so used to grey, gloomy and rain at this point, I forgot what it looks like. does have sunny moments in the UK. I had quite a few. I actually had pretty good weather on my trip for the most part. The first day I got there, it rained, and the second day it rained. So by the time I got down to Bluebell, it had stopped raining and it was sunny. So I was quite happy. Should get off my bum and do something about all my cab ride videos and things too, because I have quite a lot and I just haven't done anything with them. Yeah, we are green again. Well, you know what that means. It's time to get up close and do this. Sam's train says, British people, 20 degrees, time to sundial. Yes. When I was in Tarwin, in Wales, it was about 12 degrees Celsius, and there were people going to the beach in bikinis. Each to their own. Pretty long walk to the beach, too. Just to get to the water's edge. It was quite a long way away. Oelichu says the passing train got Mark IIIs just like the HST I'm driving. We do have HS3 Mark IIIs sitting in between the HST power cars. Can we get some reflective action? Almost. Be a pretty decent spot for rail fanning, really. I Will Eat You wants to see a Class 47 pulling Mark IIIs. Is there such a service? Or would we have to make one in Formation Designer? Can I just see what I thought I saw over there? Oh no, it's resolved itself now. There was a tree that was just a square cross pattern. Getting into the foothills now, and I'm clearly following another train that's slower than me. Formation Designer, I Will Eat You. Florian says, I hope we get a genuine BR Blue and intercity liveried HST on the 80s route one day. Sure, Creators Club is okay, but it's not the same even though some like to claim it is. No, it's not. I agree with that. David says I did a 47 with Mark IIIs today. It's in the timetable. Do you know what service it is? Oh, that's nice. I don't know what I'm following that's going slower than I am. We have yellows again. have a look. There it is. What is it? It is... Ah, it's a freight. It's doing 74 miles an hour. That's why it's problematic. That's okay. It'll make the run more interesting. Kuminati says the East Coast mainline route with the intercity HST and a class 91 IC 225. That sounds like fun. Some low resolution cows. We can have a look in the timetable between this and running the Pendo. Since there's a station coming, we'll stop there and let the freight get ahead of us a little bit. Let the passengers off for a ham and cheese sandwich. David doesn't remember the service. It shouldn't be hard to find. You just flick through it for the 47 and just find one. Because description should tell you. Hopefully. David says BR Blue East Coast Main Line is a must-have. I should express that to the DTG decision-making gods. Kuminati says I can use my contacts to make it happen. Their customers demand it. Well, hopefully you put it in the survey. Where they go, is there anything else you want to tell us? I should send Tintin a clip of this and say, this is how you stop at Oxenholme, mate. Even when you're not meant to. This will let the freight get ahead a little bit. Iolicha says, just change next route. East Coast Main Line under Shap. Wouldn't that be a tunnel? They do clearly like their VR Blue there, David, so perhaps JT might do it. You never know. I would get onto them and make the suggestion, because I don't know if they've got anything planned for the next route or not. I would imagine they do, because as a studio you need a roadmap, so you know where your next dollar is coming from and where your dollars in the meantime are going. Well, pounds in this case. Pounds. It's time to start climbing the big one. Let's see how well the old girl accelerates. I will eat you says MML HST sounds like a bus when stopped. I don't really hear that, but if you do, that's cool. But then again, you know, our experience with buses are quite different too. Different sounding engines. Most of ours today are Scanias or Volvos. Not a lot of variation apart from that. They have a local coach builder on them. Oh, look at that. I've driven 100 miles in an HST. I'm sure I've driven more than that. But, you know, a lack of profile does that to you. We're going to get to the speed limit just in time to slow down. Excellent. That's our way. It'll keep us away from the freight. I will eat you says Hentus Rail knows the December reveals, but it must be a secret till it's revealed. Well, I hate to tell you this, but I do too, and I'm also not going to tell you about them. As each one comes up, I make my video. I am not even making videos before time because that would be too easy to screw it up. So, no, not happening. David Mangum says, hello, what button on the keyboard is the cruise control to use for the train? It varies a little bit, but it's usually R, F, and G. Turn those on. So if you have a look in the help, help is what I want. No, help is not what, oh, is it? No, help is not what I want. Sorry, I want options, settings, controls, and you want keyboard, so it is down here somewhere, but it does vary a little bit. So F and R, cruise control, decrease and increase. Control Shift R is cruise control switch decrease. Control R is the toggle, so when you've got to push a button on it. So, but there's a little bit of variability between the trains. Gradually cruise upwards towards the summit. Kubernetes says too smart for reverse psychology. I was in Hentus stream when I Will Eat You mentioned it there. I was like, yeah, no, that's not happening. And I have to say, while I've seen the list, I'm not paying any attention to it anyway, because I like waking up in the morning and see what the overnight announcement was. I don't want to know in advance. So I read them and put them aside. Looks like we're catching up with that freight again. He must be struggling on the hill. Not one of the accessible signal boxes, but a nice little box all the same. I don't know who makes these power lines that just go down into the ground, because, you know, it just doesn't work that way. They would just go zzz. Michael Lay, hello to you. You want an HST as it was in 1950. Did they have HSTs in 1950? I'm not sure when they came out. Why don't you do some Googling now? I thought they were later than that. $1976. Yeah, so not 1950s. Maybe I misinterpreted your question, Michael. This is quite possible. And of course there was the ill-fated APT, which kind of turned into the Pendolino, I suppose. Much later in life. We're only going just over the speed limit. We're doing 81. I'll put up with that. It's not worth the effort of changing my controls for 1 mile an hour. Now it's 2. Fine then. Got the big bit coming up soon. This is the respite in the middle. The 1950s was still mostly steam. And some diesels. Start the climb again. Fairly gently at first. And of course I let it slow down more than I need to, just so we can hear the throb. Seems necessary. Getting into the shadows. Yes, what we want. Sit on this barrel. Sadly, we do have to throttle back. That sounded quite impressive going through there. Yeah, probably catching up with that freight again by the looks of it. Just in time, gratuitous bridge shot. Which there should be another one coming up. We can ace ourselves with a helicopter shot for the moment. And we'll come in here and perch on the rock grassy knoll. Even though he overshot the grassy knoll slightly. Sounded like a good plan at the time. More low-resolution ships. You can tell we're in the curvy part of the line because the miles to Carlisle hasn't changed much for a while. Getting into the deeper territory, and despite being on max throttle, we are just sitting just on 90 at the moment. We are slightly accelerating, just a little. Through the maintenance depot. Complete with some ballast trains over here. Ballast today, probably originally they were coal, I imagine. Poor little lonely 47. Lonely and unwanted, left all by itself. Great Greta factory. It's where they make Gretas. "27 miles left to Carlisle." If we look at where we are in the route, going over the summit now and heading downhill. So the HST, no struggle whatsoever on the hill. Interesting little quarry. There's some seriously dense trees. Being clearly naughty here. As you do. When we take the Pendo back the other way, we'll set our stops. That one at Oxenholme. Michael has reworded his question. Did the HST run on West Coast Main Line? It's an interesting question. It's not one I know the answer to, but let's see what Google says. They did, as the Intercity 125s. So yes, indeed they did. Based out of Crewe. Mid-1980s. From the southwest to Liverpool Lime Street and Manchester Piccadilly. There you go. So they did. But we have caught our friendly freight, so we'll stay off the juices. Still on the double yellow, so I'm not bothering to slow down at this point. Probably should, but I'm not. How good are this thing's brakes? It felt almost like this thing had suspension then, but I'm not sure if it does or not. So what I'm counting on is that the freight train is still barreling along at relatively good speed. So we're not catching up with it, would be the theory. Although we do have to slow down soon. In fact, maintaining this speed, it is in fact getting out in front of us now, which is good, because that last one was green. It would have been blue and white, the Intercity 125 livery, Michael. Let me see if I can find you a picture. Like that image. Pretty quiet down this bit of the line. Oh, why don't we stop here as well? Why not? One 13021J says, did class 90s replace 87s? Weren't 90s more of a recent thing? Sam's train saw a very short HST, 4 coaches, toast buffet, 2 seconds on an Aberdeen to Edinburgh run. Make a quick stop at Penrith. Kuminati thinks the Pendos replaced the 87s. Can we go? I don't know. I'll stand up here in the top of the signal. That's be a good vantage point for the departure. through the suburban areas of Penrith on our way to Carlisle. Community says the Class 9091 Intercity 225 replaced the HST on East Coast Main Line. Andy Burbridge says 90s displaced 81s and 85s from regular passenger work onto freight as they were not suitable for push-pull modifications. As we listen to the throb of the HST building speed back up on its way to 110. David says the HSTs and 91s ran together for 30 years. Not everything was electrified. Sam's train says once a friend got a cab ride from Aberdeen on the freight, but they couldn't stop the train to let him off, so he had the wise idea to slow right down through Broughty Ferry just outside Dundee. That's not that uncommon with freight cab rides. They don't stop because the signalman will want to know why. Sam says he jumped off the train, but obviously going a bit fast, he was a bit of an idiot because he face planted onto the platform. Oh, that's never an exciting moment. Unless you're watching it, then it's pretty exciting. Illuminati says, worth it. Big long straight stretch of line here. Probably don't want to know how fast we're going right now. Or maybe you do. Now you know. David says before centrally locked doors, it wasn't uncommon to get off before the train fully stopped. Yeah, it was the same here. And we had the dog box red trains. The doors would fly open as it came into any platform. It's a good reason why you wanted to stand well back from the edge of the track, because you get whacked by a door. To pretty much break half the bones in your body, because they weren't light things. Sam's train, his best part he had to explain to the doctor at the emergency room, who just happened to be the owner of a steam loco at a preserve line nearby. He was not impressed. Oh well. Yeah, we're not allowed to get on and off when they're moving anymore. We used to. But one too many idiots ruined it. Bad guy says, you might say that would be the perfect for today. Teach the idiots on the train line to stop being idiots. Yeah, I was listening to someone talking about getting told off because the leg of their tripod was over the yellow line, and they thought this was unreasonable. But it's actually not, because quite often trains have things that stick out past the yellow line, whether it's intentionally or unintentionally. That yellow line normally represents the distance of 1.5 metres from the track centre, which is the absolute minimum you want to be. You're better off about 3 metres from track centre if you want to be reasonably safe. Even then you should still keep an eye out. Because if it's dragging a chain or a tie down or something like that, it could be flopping around all over the place, even at low speed. Speaking of low speed, we have some coming up. You often see it with the trainees with our steam locos before they get told, and they'll finish cleaning out, say, the front end, and they'll brush it down and close off the door, and they'll give the driver the signal to say that they've finished, but then they stand right in front of the train on the tracks, and it's like, no, don't stand there, because if there's a bit of steam sitting in behind the piston still, or if there's some in the steam chests, and as the driver moves into the reverse, the train could go forwards. Time to listen to that noise again. Slow right down just so we can hear the noise. Community says, retired driver I work told stories they would roll through sections to exchange the staff token. If they missed or dropped it, the secondman had to get out and leg it while the train was doing 10 kilometres an hour. That doesn't surprise me that much. Bad guy says, yeah, I don't get people, they just trespass everywhere nowadays. Jack M, hello. We are in the Class 43 HST high-speed train on West Coast Main Line North, Preston to Carlisle, on the approach to Carlisle, in fact. And then, by popular vote, we're going to drive a Pendolino back the other way. So we did stop at Oxenholme and Penrith, more by luck than anything. I just happened to notice them coming up in the track monitor. And what I'll do with the Pendo is I'll set explicit stops. Actually, I could put them in as go vias, couldn't I? Because if I put them in as go vias on the route, and then just ignore the fact it's a go via and stop there anyway, at least I'll see it coming. That's a good plan. I like that plan. And it's not onerous to do that, because there's not that many stations on this route. It's not like 4, I think. 5, something like that. It's kind of funny because people looked at the New London Overground Mildmay, which doesn't have its last 2 stations because it stops at Williston Junction, and they're going, but it's only got 12 stations. It's like, well, you buy this one with 4. Either 4 or 5, I can't remember which. It's not many though. So we are just rolling down the hill towards Carlisle. And it looks like we're catching up with our freight friend again. I suppose I should start doing something about that. And for the people who are just joining, hopefully you didn't join for the preview of the other West Coast Main Line South changes, because I had planned to run that today, and I was looking at the permissions that I had, and I had half the permission I needed. So I've opted to take the safe path and defer that until I get a proper permission. So we're still on the same line, we're just further north. And to be safe, I've switched back to the normal public build that everybody runs. I just caught a brief glimpse of my other half wandering past in the background there. She's been gaming away in Warcraft down in the corner there. We slide in towards Carlisle, coming up on a red very shortly, which I can kind of see it in the distance now. One 3021J says, amazing to think the APT did 162 miles an hour along here in the 70s. Indeed. Now, let's see why we're sitting here. Because we want a path into a platform. We have you sitting in front of us, Williston Freightliner, so he's waiting to get into the freight. And I want to go in there, but I can't because there's two E36 sitting in the platform. I might change my destination to actually go into there instead. Just go back to where I am. Move path. Set path. Actually, is there a platform on the left-hand side we can get into? He's still stuck. That one's got a train in it. We'll take ours in there. And just so that we're not waiting here forever, I have no doubt whatsoever that that freight will clear at some point, because they do. But just to help us a little, it always chucks you out of the seat when you delete another train, and then you have to get back in again. There we go. And of course the wipers come on. Why wouldn't they? Off. It's the kind of thing you need to do sometimes when you're running in free roam inside the timetable, is just delete other trains to get them out of your way, unless you don't mind sitting around for their timetable time to go through somewhere, in which case just sit around and wait. But that's not that exciting on a stream. Often when it happens to me when I'm playing on my own, I do wait. I'll just take the opportunity to go off for a quick whiz or a cup of coffee or whatever. Jack asks, do you hang out in the forums? Sometimes. Not very much. I am there sometimes. Wouldn't say I religiously read them. I don't respond a lot on the forums because the general treatment of ambassadors on the forums is not good. So most of the ambassadors stay out of the forums. For the same reason most of the devs do. There's the occasional one in there, but mostly they don't post anything. They just read. There's lots of good people on the forums. Lots of very knowledgeable people who are very free to give their good knowledge and good feedback and constructive feedback. But there's a lot of very, very negative people on the forums as well. Yeah, that's it exactly, Kuminati. Just... to put it in Australian terminology, it wouldn't be a shill, you'd be an arse licker. But, I assume there's a business called Carpet Right. Given there's one there called Carpet Wrong. Which isn't actually the case, and... not generally, anyway. There's a couple of ambassadors that won't hear a bad word about anything, but most of us are quite realistic. And we know there are things that we'd all like to see different in a game. We know there's things that you'd like to see different in the game. And I have absolutely no problem talking about those sorts of things when it's constructive. I don't have time for people who come in and go, moan, 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 moan. But I do have time for people who have a suggestion, because they say, it's like this, but I'd prefer it was like this, and this is how it impacts me. I've got all the time in the world for people like that. And I also have time for people who do things, I would have preferred it was this train. I go, that's cool. I love the Just Train's exhaust plumage. The way it just settles down around the train in an oily mess. Come on, a little bit further. This being a free roam, I really do have to go all the way to the end. Just don't want to push too hard. Bad Guy says, I always stay away from the forums completely unless I need to message somebody there, and that's about it. Yeah, there's a lot of people like that. I do still read them, and I do occasionally reply, but it's not common. Alrighty, so that's the end of this free roam, so... actually, let's just get out of the train. So we've finished our path. We can leave the HST here. Why not? We'll just leave it here in the way. That'll annoy the AI, and I'll catch up with the chat in a moment. And what have we got coming in? What's underway? Newcastle, so 10:36, and it's 10:22. Let's just go over the bridge, because I think we should probably be on the other side anyway. Because we're going to pop in a Pendo. There's a display over here. Here's one. Excuse me, brother. Good hair. Edinburgh, Waverley, Glasgow Central, so not over here, in fact. Let's go through here. Should we be over here? Perhaps. This has got a train in the platform. When's he going to leave? No screens to tell me. Let's see if there's a person in it. Oh, there's a screen there, but we'll see if there's a person in the train. If there's a person in the train, it's going to leave very soon. There is, so we might be able to chuck in a Pendo right behind this guy. So he's due out at 10:40. And it's 10:23, so I'm surprised he's sitting in the train, actually. I normally don't get in the train that early. Let's just chuck down a Pendo over here and see if we get away with it. Might. It's not called the Pendolino, is it? It's called 390? Is it the 390? I think it's the 390. Loaded, of course. Oh, might as well get a big one. Did I pick the right train? Yes! Clever. Go inside before you shut the door next time, Jack. No active service. Sure. Just get a master key on so it knows I'm here. And then let's set a path. And we want to go all the way to the other end of the line. But we're going to set go vias as well. So we'll just do this first. See if we can get into a platform here. That appears to be the correct kind of platform. So let's go into Preston. And do we get a path? Yes, we do. Good. Okay. Let's go back onto the map then. And add a go via. So we will add Penrith, which is down the line somewhere down here. Somewhere. I can pick it up at this zoom level. Hate hunting for stations. I wish there was an easier way. This is where someone pipes up and goes, there's an easier way. This must be a station, surely? No, it's a siding. Where are you, Penrith? You're not that far. This Penrith. That looks like a station, and it looks like our path goes through there, so let's plonk one there. Penrith Station, platform 1, lovely. Can I do it? Set. Add a waypoint, good. Now back on the top again. Add another go via point, and this time we want to go quite a long way, so let's just scroll that. Because we want to go to Oxenholme, so that's Penrith there. Which would put... Is this Oxenholme? No, that's just a siding. Is this Oxenholme? Maybe is the answer? Chap Summit. Ah, let's put a go via at Chap Summit. Why not? Why not? We'll know when Chap Summit's coming this time. Add a go via. So Oxenholme's after Chap Summit. What's that? That's a wide patch. It's not a station, I don't think. So it hasn't got a hop marker. It's not a train coming, so we'll see a train on the way at least. Here we go. Oxenholme, lovely. So we'll pop one down there. And then it'll just go straight through to Preston from there anyway. Come on. I want to do it. Come on. Come on. You know you want to do it. Yay. Okay. Good. Now, let's try and get this thing working. It's been a while since I've driven a Pendo. I'll catch up with comments in a moment. Let's get doors open. Gotta wait for it to do all its things. Acknowledge that alarm. Now it'll do TAS, I think. Acknowledge TAS, and then acknowledge that. Now we can turn on some safety systems, because I think that stuff's done. Let's ignore vigilance. Actually, let's turn it on. Why not? AWS. And we need to turn on a switch up here for AWS as well. There we go. And acknowledge that. Get the doors shut. And then I think that's everything I need to do to go. Still got safety system isolated, but I think I've got them all turned on. Oh, hang on, headlights. No, it's not believing my headlight switch, but day running will be fine for us. Are we in forwards? We are in forwards, so let's give it a try. Let's see if she'll power. Aha. Going so far. Green out of here and then 2 yellows. Lovely. Bye-bye faithful HST that brought us in. You've been replaced, sorry. Right, catching up with things. Last Pop says, I can't believe there are negative people in the forums. Community says some of the posting on the forums is toxic, but I respect DTG for allowing it in middle moderation. Yes, indeed. I'm already going too fast because, you know, I'm like that. Slow it back down again. Just over 20 now, which will be fine. Gratuitous bridge shot. Kubernetes says only thing worse than toxicity is positive toxicity. Yes, that is true. Yes. There are people on there where, you know, you can't say anything bad about anything and they jump down your throat. So, yes, I do agree that balance is what's needed. Jack says, I don't blame you or the devs. The only dev I can think of very often is Matt. Well, that's his job. I've also seen in recent times the ambassadors' attitudes toward DTG have changed to be more critical of issues. Yeah, I think some maybe have. I've always tried to be constructive. The only thing DTG ask of ambassadors is that we give them the feedback first. That's the only thing they ask of us. So don't sit here and start whinging about something that we haven't talked to them about beforehand. And I think that's fair enough. I'm quite happy with that approach. Michael says it seems to be the Wild West. It is moderated. It's not heavily moderated. So if people start attacking each other, then it gets moderated quite quickly if there's very inappropriate conduct going on. Sometimes it can get a little bit nasty on weekends because there's no one there. But during the week it's better, I think. Sam says, if you considered the speed of the windscreen wipers being slightly wrong, destroys the immersion. 45-minute rant video uploaded. I hadn't really thought about them. I'll just turn them on and have a look. Actually, no, I don't want to turn them on because when I after they get going with the rail driver, I can't turn them off. And I'll just start again. So I'll just leave them and hopefully they won't start themselves. There's a bit of vigilance happening. Can now speed up a bit more as well. Jack says the players are reporting, but I also do believe in showing the good things, although some people just can't be pleased. Yeah, that is very true. There are individuals, I won't name anyone, who are constantly negative. And there's no need for that because it's not an unplayable game. If it was a game that you couldn't enjoy at all, then I'd understand it, but that's just not reality. I mean, the reality is, yeah, there's stuff wrong with it. And there's stuff that I'd love to see be better, but it is playable, and it's fun. So, none of us would be here if it wasn't. It's like things like the trees being that white. I mean, that's a Todd 4 thing. in the really bright light later in the day, which we're getting 10:34, so it's getting into that later day. I hate that. You know, does it stop me driving a train? No. Do I want to look at it? No. But is it going to stop me? No. Same with the pop-in. I hate the pop-in too, but you know, I can actually fix the pop-in because I can. Well, I can't fix shadow pop-in. There's no way to change that, but I can fix the normal pop-in. It's a very active vigilance, isn't it? I see this little thing floating around in the corner of my vision up there, and I keep thinking it's a fly. So I'll just move so I can't, excuse me, see it anymore. That's interesting. I thought the Go Vias would show up on here, but they don't. Oh well. I'll just have to try and remember where the stations are. Yeah. Community says, Jack, if you're referring to those on YouTube, I expect they're just going to be negative videos because they get views, and views equals money from ads. That's very cynical of you, sir. It's probably right. It's very cynical. Yeah, there are some people who are definitely like that. And good on them, you know. It gets them what they need. If you're wondering why Hill Start keeps turning up, for whatever reason, it's on the brake handle on the rail driver. Don't know why, just is. Don't get it, but, you know, that's okay. The rail driver implementation is something I like to whinge about because it's an expensive bit of kit, and some of the recent trains, the implementation's been a bit poor. Sometimes these days, even when the train first comes out, it's like they're just train stuff. They're not actually adjusted for rail driver at the moment. And it shows. When I'm playing their trains on this route, I actually turn my rail driver off and I use this instead. The Xbox controller. Because that's the way it is. I'm sad now that my Go Vias don't show up on the HUD, because that was my grand plan, was the Go Vias would help me figure out where to stop. But no. Yes, it's interesting. Bad Guy says, I go there to read patch notes. Indeed. Lexic Dark says, don't come to me with a problem, come to me with a solution. Best management advice, otherwise it's just a butthurt report. Yeah, that is pretty much what they want. What they want to know is, what do you think's wrong? Why do you think it's wrong? And how does it impact you? And what do you think it should do? That's basically what they want. And we're not always right either. I mean, I find things in the beta world that I think are wrong, but they're actually not. They're right. And I get told. There's nothing wrong with that. A little Pendolino. With its overactive vigilance control. Community says just delete it. Last Pop says, why add Go Via if you're starting in destination? Well, that's in this case the Go Vias did nothing at all. So what I was hoping was that they would influence what the HUD is doing, but it clearly does not. So that's something that I could report as something that I'd like to see different, but that doesn't mean other players want it to work the way I want it to. So should they change it? Not without surveying people. Jack asks, could I do Southeastern High Speed later in a storm if there's time? I am actually over my normal stream time, but normally it's because the other half wants to do something. Actually, no, she's not playing Warcraft now. She's wandered off somewhere. So I will find out. Because I don't mind running longer. People want to watch. It's all good with me. But I'll find out what she wants to do this afternoon. Bella from production says hi, hello to you too. Maverick says, when is the West Coast Mainline update coming out? Will it have services for the 87? I don't think it has services for the 87, no. and it's coming out before the gameplay packs. The gameplay packs are coming out on the 12th, which is Thursday in the UK, I think, from memory. I think it's Thursday in the UK. So, probably Wednesday UK, maybe Tuesday UK. We'll see. So I'll get back on to Alex on his Monday, which is my Tuesday day, or my Tuesday morning anyway, and I will chat and clarify the position on the preview, and if it's okay, I'll schedule a stream for my Tuesday night, which will be Monday day for the UK people. So we'll see how that goes. They're clearly not after any tutorials for the gameplay packs, so mustn't be anything new in there, because normally ambassadors get the key the weekend before so we can make our tutorial and learning and look content. But we have not had that this time around, so I'm guessing they don't want any tutorials. Belafon Production says, negativity wise, we had so much when we released the West Coast Main Line South EP over tiny little things. There were some big things too, but yeah, there was a lot over little stuff that really doesn't matter. I can understand the reception it got from people that ride it every day and live on it every day, because they would not see what they wanted to see, which is what they see every day. But the people who have ridden it occasionally, like me, or the people who have never ridden it, would latch onto those posts, and it becomes an echo chamber. The echo chamber we could do without. The genuine first impressions of people who actually know about it, yeah, sure, that's more than welcome. The echo chamber is a bit sad. It's kind of funny, every time I drive this thing I think of that little raccoon in the circle meme. Pendo, pendo, pendo. It's just kind of silly. But I always think of that. Don't know why. It's probably because I'm an idiot. Would I be right in thinking we're coming up to Penrith? I think we might be. Should probably have a look, shouldn't I? Where are we? Yeah, we're not too far, because that's Penrith, isn't it? Right there, I think. Yeah, it is. So I shall stop accelerating and we'll just let it start slowing down. Gentle brakes. Belafon says if you're a PC user, the tree thing can be fixed. Yes, it definitely can. You can't fix shadow pop, but you can fix... Oh, we're becoming foggy. Just like that. So that could be better. The transition could be slower. But you can fix tree pop, definitely, and you can fix distant object pop. But I choose not to, because I want to show it off in the way that the console people will see it. So when I'm playing on my own, I actually have a different set of ini files that I often use. Not always, but often. And that's an interesting thing. Where is the light for line power? There it is. So the neutral section is not just the track. Because we've just been through a neutral zone, and I don't think that went off. So it's the train and the track that work together to show you whether the power's on or off. That's interesting. It's slightly unexpected. That implies the Pendo's ignoring the line voltage. Interesting. So that's something that's potentially a fault. It's an observation. Ding. Next stop, Penrith. Michael says maybe you need to select a go vise first. That's possible. Rolling in here with an 87 sitting in the other platform with its coaches. People all dutifully standing behind the yellow line. Good to see. Not that any of them are going to ride with me anyway. They probably heard about my driving. Doors opened up. Sam's Train says YouTubers rage baiting? Never. it's a way of life with some people, I think. Quick little stop. Kumnadi says, come to me with a solution that I'll reject anyway. That can happen because what you don't know when you're reporting something is what were the design goals? Did they meet their design goals or not? Sam's Train says, come to me with a solution, not elemental liquids. Ah, shaken, not stirred. Perhaps stirred, not shaken. Perhaps you need to be careful at the combination that you're putting into your solution. If you don't make something that explodes. And Lexicu now continues the chemistry jokes with, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the precipitate. In the way. It's visually annoying. I'll open this one. Just so we get more sound. Beleferon says, someone complained that we placed too many workers down, which did make me laugh a little, to be fair. We're doing it for free as modders. Yeah. There's track workers everywhere. If you're riding in trains, you will see people working trackside all over the place if you keep an eye out for them. So I don't see how that's an issue. But maybe they just want something to be annoyed at. I don't know. Gratuitous bridge shot doesn't work so well in the mist, does it? But we'll still do it. Naturally. This thing does accelerate just a little quicker than the HST. It's already up to the speed limit, or close to it. Jack M says, what are your thoughts on the season of reveals so far? I'm looking forward to the Class 86, Colin Arca and F59PH, though I'm going to be waiting for sales. Nothing wrong with waiting for sales, Jack. I would definitely encourage people to do that. We are living in times that are financially not as easy as they once were, and for some people they're quite bad. So, well, absolutely wait for sales. Don't waste your ready. Actually, you do make a good point, Belaphon, that working as a modder, that's for free, and people like to complain about stuff. I used to do mods for trains with a Z, and I used to do a lot of scenarios for this thing. I mean, free roam's kind of killed the need for scenarios, but I did find a lot of people complaining about what had been done. It's like, well, you don't have to load it. Load it up. If you like it, great. If you don't, get rid of it. You don't need to keep it. So, a bit weird. And I think the season of reveals is a pretty good concept. Largely, a lot of the stuff we've had revealed is actually already on the roadmap, which is interesting. But we'll see what comes up over time. I know they're billing the 20th as a special one. And they're keeping that as a secret even from the ambassadors, so we don't know. Which I actually think is kind of cool, to be honest. It's nice not knowing sometimes. Tree sim walls. Rails of Illinois says he's going to rail fan the Illinois Railway Museum tomorrow. Fair enough. They got something special on? And Kuminati says there's no neutral sections in West Coast Main Line South, so probably Pendolino doesn't have the required programming to detect the neutral zones in Preston Carlisle. Or it doesn't care. You'll probably find that it actually does have neutral zones, because grid-based railways kind of have to. Every time you change substation, you have to have a neutral zone. But modern trains don't really care. And modern trains often have multiple pantographs, so they bridge the neutral zone. So they never actually lose power, and they just manage the one end having power and the other end not having power, and then switching over by themselves, so the driver doesn't need to care about it these days. But even in the 87, reading its manual, the behaviour in Train Sim World is closer to what the manual says the train would behave like, whereas the behaviour in Train Sim Classic, I believe, was misinformed. So there should be a neutral zone here where the wires just changed over. But, because the manual says that if you go into a no power area, all that happens is the train starts to run down. You let it run down to 0, and then you can run it up again. So nothing else happens, it doesn't blow anything. Whereas in Train Sim Classic, if you went into a neutral zone with power on, it blew the circuit breaker. Every time. Which I don't think is quite right. Occasionally it might, but I don't think it's quite right that it always would. What it's not so good for is the carbon strip on the pantograph, the graphite. Because you get a big arcy spark if you're drawing power and it suddenly disappears. So that's not so good. Sam's Train has a giggle at Lexic Dark's joke. Kuminati says Train Sim World 6 announced on December the 20th. Well, wait and see. Who knows? I'd be a little bit surprised at that one, but who knows? Maybe they've got a new fishing game. Oh. Train Sim World VR is out for testing now, so maybe it's that. Actually, speaking of new things, I must check and see if Tycoon's got a way to turn the music off. I haven't played it on stream since I got a copyright strike. Well, it wasn't a strike, but I got a copyright violation for the music they used in the game. For some reason, I don't want more of them. Last Pop says, complain about the free modders. Guess they got what they paid for. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, I appreciate the modders. I load up mods. I don't usually run them on stream. Occasionally I do. And I'll tell people when I do. I think at the moment I've got London Midlands signalling mod turned on. Because I'm noticing the signals have a bit more flair than they usually do. So it's possible I have that one in at the moment. But I do deliberately run the odd stream where I do actually have mods enabled. I appreciate all the work they do. Some very, very clever people making mods for this game and other games. And they really do enhance the gameplay. So if you're on PC, definitely check out the mods. Oops, a bit quick. And I do know that DTG have at least been looking at, can they make mods work on console? So that would be cool if they found a way to make the mods transition onto console without having to publish them. Jack M says maybe a new country in a new region, or maybe it is 6. We'll find out. Hopefully with all the hyping that it's getting that it's something cool, because it would be a little bit disappointing if it wasn't something cool. Rails says, happy holiday railway. Ah, the politically correct Christmas. I'm not a believer, but I'm fine with it being called Christmas. Because, you know, it's what I grew up with. It was called Christmas. It's still called Christmas. We don't tell Disney their movie can't be called Aladdin anymore because genies don't exist. Actually, we probably do. They just ignore them. See you later, Kuminati. Have a great day, mate. Thank you for joining in. Appreciate it. Rolled over the top. Down the other side. You're going with your friends, Rail of Illinois. It's still Christmas, mate. It has become Christmas thanks to organisations like Coca-Cola and Hallmark Cards. Coca-Cola, who invented the modern Santa and the modern celebration in the 1950s. Sam's Train says Little Mermaids also do not exist, neither do Big Mermaids. Well, I'm sorry to say, Sam's Trains, but you've clearly never been to Coney Island in summer, because they very much do. They even have a Mermaid Day. There used to be the mermaid was the symbol of the Coney Island Brewery as well, but sadly that fell by the wayside. COVID killed it. They made awesome beer. Visited it a few times, but never again because it's gone, sadly. So, mermaids definitely exist on Coney Island. At least one day a year when they have the big mermaid parade. Although it's difficult for mermaids to have a parade because, you know, they've got tails. They can't really walk. They usually get carried. That's right, it's fine, Rails. You can celebrate Hanukkah if you want to. It's perfectly okay. But most people know the time of year is Christmas, and that's fine. Not an issue. Lexic Dark says, I celebrate that Satan's claw brings presents to all the consumerist settler colonials. Fair enough. Jack M says the best and worst beer in Australia. My current favourite is a XPA from Jetty Road in Dramana, which isn't very far from me. It's a very small brewery. But you can actually buy their XPA in one of the supermarket brands called Lorry Brothers, and it's the exact same beer, and it's about a third of the price. So keep an eye out for that. The worst one, ooh, that's a toss-up. There's so many worse ones. Tooheys New, crap. Foster's, crap. Bit Bitter, crap. Melbourne Bitter, crap. NT, crap. So many bad beers. Sam's Trains says you don't think they could be people in mermaid costumes. I saw Santa at the shops once that turned out just to be an old bloke named Steve. No, surely they're not just women in costumes. Surely not. Bridge shot. You know the mist's strong when you can't even see the front of your train. I should probably pay attention up this end, really. Otherwise, we're not going to see a signal. Sick Dark wants to know if Steve was a nice bloke. We'd hope so if he's a Santa, because, you know, you don't want a bad Santa. Blast Pop says, speaking of beer, I'll go and get one now. Go for your life, mate. Go for your life. Support that 100%. Jack says, we all know the mermaid is also a bloke named Steve. That is possible. That is entirely possible. Noah says, hello, afternoon everyone, how are we all? I'm well. Chat seems to be quite well. Yeah, it's like when couriers come to the door and my wife's ordered something and they say her name and I just go, yep, that's me. I do believe it's snowing. I might have to turn the wipers on. Rather than use the rail driver, let's use that. Santa in the universe where time flows backwards and the kids takes the kids' toys every year. That seems fair. Solve the hoarding problem if Santa came and took your toys. Wouldn't be too far from Oxenholme, I wouldn't have thought. Where is Oxenholme? No, we are coming up on it, I think. No, that's something else. Because Oxenholme should have a jump marker. Which means we're probably a long way from Oxenholme. There it is, I think. Yep. A little while to go. No, where's my train? Someone stole my train. We come into the half snow. Lexic Dark says, not sure about this Santa thing. I wouldn't say that rampant consumerism is a good thing. It's a strange twist of fate. It's why we can't have a nice thing. Ah, it's life, mate. I reckon I would have sculpted the ground inside my shed just a little bit, made it flat. Just a little bit. Hard to park things in there. Now I will be riding this route in January on an intercity Class 87 rail tour. Awesome. That should be fun. Could be a bit snowy then too, couldn't it? Big alien antenna up there again. Sam's Train said overconsumption of pants by rams is a big problem in the sheep economy. I would have thought the biggest problem in the sheep economy was farmers, especially when they've got their Velcro gloves on and big gumboots. I shouldn't insult the national pastime of New Zealand though. Mark might be listening. He hasn't said hello today, so I'm guessing he's not here. Shitty 87. Lexic Dark says, and they don't want to share them with anyone. No. I wonder if your driver of the day is hoping for snow, Noah. Hopefully you get carriages that have big enough windows that you can stick your head out. Because the only issue I have with rail tours is being able to see. Because you usually pay for the privilege of riding on a rail tour, and it's usually a lot more than the fare. So you kind of want to be able to see things. We roll through the snowy countryside. Oh. The leaning Pendolino. Just got a good lean on down here. Which probably means I could go about 15k above the, or 15 miles above the speed limit, wouldn't it? But that'll be nice. Far from Oxenholme now. Not far, I think. Getting pretty close, we are. It's like the vehicle overload button. It's like an elevator when you get in and it says, nah, too heavy, get off. It's not always clear that it means the collection of people, not the last person to get in. Gentle slowage coming down the hill towards Oxenholme. Hopefully we don't tint in it. We are gradually slowing down, but I am keeping a bit of an eye on it. Is it freezing where you are, Lexic Dark, today? We've had a couple of weeks of unseasonably warm weather for this time of year. I think just as everybody's gotten used to it, today we have a day it's freezing. By comparison. It's still over 20, I think. Don't know that I've ever jumped out and explored Oxenholme. Maybe we should. Since we're not on a timetable, why not? It's going to beep at me now, but that's fine. Should have turned off DVD. Castle. And minties. Minties. Kind of hoping they'd let you go out there even though you couldn't get out the other side. Beep, 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 beep goes the train. A route map. What is that sandwich? Weird. Can't go into the toilets at Oxenholme, it would seem. And Dopey Jones says I should change the batteries in my smoke alarm. Fair. It's funny that it stopped when I came in here. Right, let's get the doors shut and get out of here. Noah Hunt says it'll be an 87 pulling 9 Mark III coaches, which have pretty decent windows, plus the Mark III DVT at the rear. Hoping for a sunny day with some snow on the ground. That'd be good for photos. Nice gentle start out of here so we don't just go slippy slidey. Noah says Avanti also runs these sets as extra trains on occasion, so sometimes you can get on board an old loco hauled 87 with just a standard ticket. That's cool. Happens here occasionally when you get booked on a Velocity, but it turns out to be a Sprinter. Or you're booked on a Velocity and it turns out to be an N-class hauled passenger set with S or H coaches. Pete says, can you turn the alarm off? It's 1:12 AM. You'll wake the house here. That's a bit late there, Pete. Well done on being awake, mate. Make our way down the hill towards Preston. Lexic Dark says it's a hot and wet season, so meh. I have the door slightly ajar and it's pleasant coolish. The raspberries got a lot of water, some were going fuzzy, so a little more moist out than other years. Yeah, it's an interestingly moist start to the warm season. We haven't had one for a while, so there will be a lot of growth. And that may just catch people by surprise in February, March. Hopefully not, but it may. Noah says, are the N-Class sets used on intercity trains, or are they more of a regional train? They're a regional thing for the most part, so well, I suppose they are an intercity if we put it in similar to the UK terms, because they ran between Melbourne and some of the bigger regional cities like Ballarat and Geelong, etc. These days we mostly run velocities now, which are a diesel multiple unit. One of the modern European varieties, I forget which one. They're quite comfortable. Ooh, look at me going way too fast. Oh, it's only 5 miles over. Game, stop complaining. And it's probably fine in the Pendo anyway. $87. This looks nice. It's kind of like Simpsons in the snow. Got a good lean going on the Pendo here. Just as it straightens up, of course. Jack says that the design of the Velocity changed at all in the 20 years they've been getting built. They're not that old, the Velocities. I think we've stopped snowing, so let's turn off the wipers. I thought the Velocities came into service not that long ago. Let me just have a quick look. They are by Bombardier and Alstom, 2003. So yeah, it is 20 years. How about that? Well done there, Jack. I imagine there probably have been changes, but it was an established design. It wasn't a new one, I don't think, but I imagine there probably are adjustments from time to time because, like our steam engines, they only look the same to the punters. We know every single one of them's different. And they've been different since birth, and we've made them more different. Just something that happens on railways. Things get improved, or changed at least, or perceived to be improved. Where are we on the route? Big junction coming up, so we don't actually, I think there is a stopping platform on this side at Carnforth, but not on that one. So there's the Morecambe branch over here, but I think you can actually stop on this side of Carnforth, so we'll have a look. We shall see what we see when we get there. Yeah, they do look really similar to the QR trains, Jack, but it's a standard design from, it was Bombardier initially. And today they're built by a different organisation, but it's the same train. Noah says I'm going to miss the Commings. Hopefully can get out to Melbourne at some point. There's still a few in service. It's not a lot now though, but there's still a few. They're on my line. Frankston line. Because we can't be trusted with nice things. Because we like to tear their seats out and smash the windows with them. Noah Hunt says most of them have been replaced by HCMTs. Yeah, they have. Trains with no personality. And Noah said the Frankston line gets Siemens and Cummings. This is true. We have had some HCMTs come out on the line, probably for trials. I've seen them a few times. But they don't run regularly. Jack says, much like Queensland Railways with the EMU and NGRs. I shall have a bit of a search of what an NGR looks like in a moment, but I'm going to stop here first. Or do we not have a platform? No, no platform for us, so we'll just roll through. We don't get to stop at Carnforth. And that's okay. Oops. Oh yeah, I see them. They're the ones I've seen. Ooh. We can accelerate again now. Give it some beans. I think if I remember rightly, could be wrong, but I think I remember rightly, this is the last place we could have stopped, so... Or maybe Lancaster. Maybe? Maybe not. How many years did the Velocity have left? Well, they're still building them. Is there another station down here? No, that's not a station. It's just a... Looks like that's it, doesn't it? Oh no. What's that? There is Lancaster. Oh, maybe we'll stop at Lancaster then. That's a little while away though. We're not accelerating particularly quickly. In fact, we have no kilonewtons on. So I'm guessing we started to slip and the computer said no. Or no, it's running fine, so it's just not displaying the kilonewtons. Yeah, you've decided I want to deregister. Well, I don't want to deregister. 87 in the snow. Nice sunny day, which is what Jack wants. Oh, the Cummings. I don't know. I suppose they'd have to let HMCTs on our line. I know one of the earliest Commings, there's a motor car at Williamstown Museum. Hopefully, Electra will get their hands on one, because I think that would be a necessary thing. They've been such a big part of history. Designed and made in Australia. So hopefully we get at least one of them in preservation. I don't know why they don't sell the carriages. They make an awesome shed. John Hudson T says no NGRs on the Ferny Grove line, they don't fit in the platforms. Well, you've just got to drive one through once and all the others will fit fine. Approach to Lancaster. Here's one of the weird things about this route. In this direction, this junction's 25, but in this direction, the same junction's 10. Little 101 heading out to Morecambe. That's quite the mixture, isn't it? A 101 with a Pendolino. I think we need to do this, don't we? Just to be really annoying to those people that hate having these things done. Come on. Dip the view a little bit less, a little bit fuzzy. And drop the exposure down just a tad. That's better. Need a bit more colour. And that'll do. Why do I do that? Because it'll annoy the people that don't think Pendolinos belong here. As I prepare to tin this platform. We're running through the fast line. Never mind. Takim says he's seen NGRs on the Ferny Grove line, but only in non-revenue service. Has seen them at Mitchelton. I guess there's a lack of substations. So it's a power thing. Oh, it says I'd happily buy a Comming, ship it to my house in the UK, make a home out of it, but that's me forgetting the financial side of things. And it'd probably make a pretty good house as long as you air conditioned it. And you might want to replace the square key locks on the doors so the local miscreants can't get in. I think that's a lamp from Runcorn on Spirit of Steam. No canal boats today. I think a comming would make an excellent building. It would last for a very long time, given they're made out of stainless steel. I think the rubber in the around the windows would decay a lot quicker than the rest of the car body would. Sim World. Brought to you by Matt. We all know it's a bridge. Just a little one. For sheepies and cowies. No, it's his heating's all he's worried about at the moment, and maybe some strong foundations to protect from the 100-mile-an-hour winds you're getting. Yeah, we've had a little bit of that. Hentus was mentioning he's finding all of these drafty spots in his flat that he's sealing up with silicone. Almost down to Preston. Not a huge distance to go now. Being naughty and overrunning the speed limit. Although I should be able to do 125, really. Could always try. Why don't we try? Should be able to safely do 125 on the way to Preston. Why not? Despite the yellow signals. This route just doesn't know about Pendolinos yet. It's 40 years too early. Noah says, not good in a pre-World War II house. It knocked the drink off your desk and the windows weren't even open. Yeah, it's like my old house. It's like that. The bit that I built in 2003 is quite good, but the bits from the earlier times, and the front two rooms I think were made in early 1900s, and the kitchen and bathroom were about 1950 or so, judging by what they're made of. Doing fine with 125. Let's watch it go into the corner. Lovely. Very glad that majority of the poles don't have collision on. still have the window up. Good. I did have grand plans of running Railroader today before the before I changed over to running West Coast Mainline, and then didn't go back to Railroader when I couldn't do just WCML. Oop, this one really is yellow. Sanders on as we go sliding along, having this much brakes on. Hopefully we can actually stop before that red one. I think we'll be okay. Slowing down. Definitely slowing down. Building up some decent grip now, it'll be fine. Don't know what we caught up with, but it's gone, whatever it was. Ah, there it is. It is Moss End 7 Valley. And it's not going very fast. Which kind of means we can't either. So I'll probably do a few streams this week. We'll do a take 2 on the West Coast Main Line South changes. Get on to Alex, make sure that's okay. I would hope that at some point we get keys for the gameplay packs, so I can show you those, because that would be excellent. And then of course there's next week. Might have a look at Railroader too, given it's got built maps now. Because the only reason I didn't like Railroader before was having to build your own train line. I really couldn't be bothered. It seemed like a lot of effort. And I had a look before to see if it was in my library, and it's not, so I must have refunded it, because I did at one point own it. So I might just grab it again, partly because it's got shays, and I like shays. And we should have an update, in theory, this week on the 13th check time for SimRail. So SimRail's going to come out of early access and in theory is getting a Steam engine. So we'll probably have a look at that next week too, and we'll see what that's doing. I never really got into SimRail because I haven't been bothered to learn Polish. And I think whoever it was that asked for Southeastern High Speed in a storm, I probably won't do that because I need a bit of a nature break. So I think this is a logical spot to end for this week. Plus I've been running more than an hour over my usual time anyway, which has been okay because the other half's playing her game. Almost into Preston. Thinking I'd better change the thumbnail for this stream, so I've just taken a quick screenshot for it. So that looks alright, doesn't it? I'll do one of these. Doesn't need any adjustments at all, it's just good. Noah says, I love SimRail. They have servers in quite a few different countries. A few different languages, including English. You can move past the servers restarting every 6 hours, and I highly recommend it. Yeah, there's been a few train games that haven't really worked that well for me, and SimRail's been one of them, but it deserves another crack. Especially since it seems to have come back to life. So, good thing. More games is always good. A little ghosty over there. North End. Excellent. SimRail's definitely in my library. It's just not installed. So I might install it so it gets the update. This looks pretty nice in the snow. We come rolling in through here. Noah says it's not everybody's cup of tea. I do find himself enjoying it, which is cool. It seems to be packed with people when new releases come out, and then some days it can be completely dead. Well, it's got the AI to support you when it's completely dead, so I actually like the way they've thought about that. It's a good model for running an AI game. Because I know in Run 8, when it's dead, it's dead. There's no point being a dispatcher when there's no trains. And an old chocolate pacer over there. Rolling in over the last little bit into Preston. Which still seems funny to me, because, you know, we've got a suburb called Preston. Very imaginative lot that came to Australia. Well, what do we call this? Oh, let's call it the same name we had at home. There we go, last stop of the stream. Yeah, Noah says it's great having the AI bots to make it feel populated, only tricky when the server is full and there's no available trains to take. Yeah, then all you can do is really sit at a station and watch trains. That's a long train in the outer platform, isn't it? It's probably been sitting here for the last hour waiting for us. I think. Turning things off on that. Timely entry from a little 101. No, he's all in the platform on that side. Where's the 101 off to? Ah, don't fall off. Damn it. There are a couple of full-length runs in the 101. Someone else is nicking off. Blackpool North. Well, I don't think you'd get very far if you rode this one. How you doing? Oh, I think that's probably it for today's stream, and we will be back. I'm hoping West Coast Mainline South preview during the week, and hopefully a Gameplax preview during the week as well. We'll see how things go with that, because I haven't heard either way for that one. So we shall see what comes on the weekend. Maybe even Simra. Alright, we'll have a look. If it's any good. Hopefully it's a decent one. And yeah, great having you along. Great having the chat. It's been good today. Quite robust. And we shall see everybody in the coming days. As take care of yourselves during the upcoming silly season, because It is the time of year when people do strange things, like go and get shit-faced at work and then drive home, which isn't that good. Alrighty, have fun, folks, and we shall see you later. Hey, look, he's changed. He turned into a different human. Or he took his hat off, maybe. One or the other. Anyway, all good. Have fun, folks, and we will see you later. Bye.